Ladies and gentlemen,
at this time I have the honor to present to you
Super Mario.
I know you gonna.
Hello, one and all, to my first ever SuperFlashDriver's. Already starting up to a great start with gas, apparently. Anyway, welcome to my first ever SuperFlashDriver's YouTube livestream. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it? Over 15 years later, nearly 50 videos later, and after so many, I would say, but let me go check on my video to see how many I currently have. Let's see. Yep, 173. So, 15 years, nearly 173 video uploads later, and nearly 9 years later, after I actually did stream testings back in 2015 and 2016 on my old 13.3-inch late 2011 MacBook Pro laptop with Mac OS X installed, a prosumer camera like this one you're seeing in front of me, and multitude of electronic cables, mixers, and many laptops later, and here I am, 15 years later, and on January 26, 2025, after 3 failed attempts to try to get it live streaming on YouTube, apparently, I finally was able to get it done tonight. For those who don't know, I am a SuperFlashDriver, and I also go by other YouTube channel names as Extreme Reviewer 101, Classic Cartoon Poster 1080, DJ MGM 1080, and yours truly, Matthew John. So, it's been a long time coming, I would say, huh? And I know that since this is my first stream, I'm not going to really have a lot of viewers, so it's not really a big concern, considering that the announcement that I made was very... Oh, I drank the can already. Huh. Since the announcement that I made yesterday was pretty much within 10 hours later, I usually would think that many people would get the notice for pretty much when this stream was going to start. So, how's everything going? How's everyone's final weekend going? I know that it is a school night. It is very difficult to do Sunday nights, especially when you're doing the school year. I know that a lot of people... Let me move this closer. I know that a lot of people usually have work tomorrow morning. I know it's like 10:39 in the afternoon. And I know it's, according to the clock I have on here, so London, it is currently 3:39 in the morning, and for Sydney, it is currently 2:40. Oh, now it just turned 2:40 a.m. or 14:40 military time in Sydney, Australia. Daylight saving time, of course. In London, it's 3:40 a.m. London Standard Time, and then I got 10:40 or 22:40 military time and 12-hour clock time, Eastern Standard Time. So the reason why that my stream was a little bit late was because I realized that I didn't make the YouTube thumbnails. I didn't get pretty much all my OBS settings set up ready to go, so it just goes to show that I was pretty unprepared and I only had like maybe an hour and a half to just wing it. But not to mention that I had to connect the account just so that it would make it easy to pretty much broadcast the live stream and go from there. But thankfully for YouTube live streams, it's nothing really intense. It's more a relaxing live stream, something that you could put on in the background. You could easily have a nice chat with me. I have the text chat open, and I will go to live chat too. There we go. Apparently, one of the warnings that it's giving me is apparently my bitrate for the live stream is apparently too low for YouTube, even though that, in my opinion, 1800 to 2500 to me is good enough, but apparently YouTube is demanding me to have it up to like 6,000 kilobytes per second, which I think that's too massive. I think that's just too massive for my laptop to handle anyway. So that's why it's just asking me to be like, oh, make sure you increase it to this number so this way it would work. It's recommended. I'm like, the thing is that at this point, there's really nothing I could do about it. My laptop, as the one that I've had for the past 8 years that I've had my own laptops, one of the things that I would mention to a lot of people is... Oops, sorry. One of the things that I would mention to people when it comes to laptops, whether gaming or not, is the heat just does not work very well. The specs are underperformed or just too expensive to purchase. Things can get corrupted. The casing of the computer can break very easily. And most importantly, with this MSI SC-SX10R, it just falls apart. So that's why this laptop is just like, even the laptop screen, it's just sort of attached, but the clips on each side of this case is so broken off that I had to put massive amount of tape around this computer. And even when I put massive tape, the tape just warps and just, over time, doesn't function very well as it used to. So that's why, in my honest and personal opinion, I think it's just that the issue would be, I don't know. I think the issue with this is that you have a gaming laptop that you spend maybe $1,000, $2,000, and then a video game comes out, and you have pretty much spent all your money on this one laptop, and yet the sad part about this is that a new game comes out, but the specs that you currently have is not compatible, or you're just at the bare minimum, but you're not able to play very well of, well, I would say the recommended specs that like Steam, Ubisoft, EA, or Electronic Arts, Rockstar, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft recommend for you to use and buy. But it's just that even then, the corporations need to realize that nobody can really afford these most expensive products you could think of. And I think that's why, for me, if I was to develop a video game, I would at least take like 10 years. Because I'm hoping that by the time the 10th year of video game and movie production comes around, that people would be able to afford such a thing rather than, I don't know, literally just make it within 1 year and hopefully people will buy it within the time that the game's released. So that's pretty much my only concern with video games, is that the specs are getting to the point where they're out of my reach in terms of playing video games. But it's nothing too major. It's just that when you're doing with live streaming and playing your video games at the same time, you will have a lot of slowdowns. And then you gotta lower so much of your graphics in the actual game that even when the NVIDIA's control panel or the GeForce experience, now they've completely replace that old one with the new one, and I personally just tell NVIDIA to freak off with their new app, because in my opinion, I personally like the GeForce experience better, but be my guest. And now, from what I've heard with Mr. Sergiano, that Origin, one of the programs that I have used for so long, is unfortunately shutting down. And as a person that actually still has the Origin installer in my computer to this very day, it's so weird to think that nearly 10, 15 years later, after Electronic Arts introduces Origin, that they're going to shut it down. Because apparently, EA Play requires 64-bit, I guess the BIOS requires a 64-bit type of computer in order for it to work properly. So for people that still use 32-bit, you're just kind of out of luck. And you're going to have to be emulating the software in order to do it. Or I would just often tell people you're simply going to have to switch to Linux if you don't want to bother with it. So that's why one of the things I would often tell people is the moment that Windows 10 goes into end of service, or Steam starts supporting Windows 10 as a whole, I'm going to end up moving over to Linux. And the reason why I mention this is I'm kind of getting tired of using Windows as my go-to operating system for so long. Because remember, I've been introduced to Macs, I've been introduced to Windows for so long, but yet I've not dabbled or pretty much dived myself into Linux yet. And there's so many distros, and I would often tell people, I'm like, I would love to play around, kind of see how it all works. Maybe a VMware virtual machine workstation type of program type of program that I could easily set up. But it just depends. And I think at the end of the day, you should be able to enjoy and be able to use whatever kind of technology you have for the next 10, 15 years. But if your thing starts to break down around near the 2-year mark, which, don't get me wrong, the laptop originally wasn't this fragile last year. It's just that when I took it apart and I lost the screws for nearly the next 6 months until I found the stupid electric tape, what's it called again? The electric tape case, where basically it's the top part and then the lower part that covers the electric tape from getting moisture. Apparently, my dad thought, oh yeah, let me just put it into this. I'm like, no, you have to keep it with the computer because I'm never going to find it. Or at least in some sort of, I don't know, goodie bag or a plastic bag. Or, not a plastic bag, more like a Ziploc bag or storage bag or food storage bag, so this way I could easily find it again. So you could just imagine, I've had the back part of my laptop with no screws, and over time as the heat just kind of increased and, I don't know, I just removed the hard drive, I just haven't been able to pretty much archive whatever is on that hard disk drive. But then I thought, maybe if I could use my desktop to recover whatever is inside that hard disk drive, I could technically get it out of there, hook up my 20 terabyte hard disk drive, which at this point now it's past 2.07 terabytes at this point, so there's going to have to be a lot of videos I'm going to have to offload to the case side of things. But I mean, this is why you don't really see me stream very often, because the amount of storage necessary to fill these things up, it could get pretty hefty. And it's going to get to the point where I think either in March or down the road, I'm going to have to get another 20 terabyte hard disk drive. I mean, technically I could get a 15 terabyte hard disk drive, which, I mean, I could get a 12 or 16 if I really wanted to, but it's just that it probably, I would just have so much stuff that I would want to archive that you can't imagine how many files that I would try to upload through Google Drive, and they would only give you 15 gigabytes worth of space left until it's nope, you gotta either delete something or you're just gonna have to compress and salvage whatever you can because we cannot hold your stuff. And MediaFire is much worse because they only allow 10 gigabytes. So you can imagine having to set up multiple MediaFire accounts and multiple Google Drive accounts, because some of these Google accounts can't fit no more than 15 gigabytes, and I refuse to pay a subscription cloud service to use more storage on there, when the amount of money you spend, $500 for cloud storage for a terabyte, you could pretty much use that $500 to literally buy two 20 terabyte Seagate hard disk drives, or maybe one 4 terabyte solid state drive. So that's why I'm like sitting here thinking, why would people want to spend so much money on cloud storage when you could easily just, I don't know, literally spend that on something else that's not cloud storage? Be my guest. So that's why for this stream today, since it is my first stream that I've ever done, I do have to warn people that I usually don't do safe for work type of streams too often. I mean, the only one probably would be the DJ MGM 1080 music live streams. But if I were to ever do a live stream, I don't think that I would be doing safe for work, because a lot of the story projects that I made for those in the Blueberry Inflation community, and yes, for people who like Wonka so much, a lot of them I used to do safe for work, but as I got older and got to the age of 17, 18, there was a transitional point between 2013 and 2014. I mean, I was kind of mentally, emotionally unstable and traumatized from the Boston bombing that occurred on April 15, 2013, which it's going to be weird to think about that 13 years ago this year, the events that pretty much convinced me to research and look further into what the heck is going on with politics is now 13 years old. And then on April 19th is the 30th anniversary of the Oklahoma bombing, which, oof, I mean, think about it. Like 30 years ago, this unfortunate terrorist attack occurred in Oklahoma because Timothy McVeigh, the person that was the perpetrator behind it, he was upset that the SWAT military team did not do a good job of saving people at Waco Siege. So he believed and decided, you know what, I'm going to do this terrorist attack because I had enough with the government. So he was basically having a final straw in 1993 while the Waco Siege occurred. And unfortunately, he just committed the terrorist attack in the first place. And what's really weird about him is that he was born in the 1960s, but by the time that he got into the 1990s, he was already like in his mid-30s. Pretty much, I would say 30, 35 years later after he was born. So by the time that he died, he pretty much was in like his mid-30s to early 40s. So the reason why I bring this up is a lot of Gen Alpha, and especially a lot of people that don't look into history, there are a multitude of events, with the exception of like the most drastic ones, including natural disasters and the September 11th attacks, and pretty much World War II. Every other terrorist attack and mass shooting combined is pretty much forgotten or overlooked. And so the thing that I would often mention to people is, well, I'm not too upset about the terrorist attacks or mass shootings. It's just that people, for some reason, just feel as if doing terror would solve issues in society, and thus send a message to the people saying, hey, if you're not going to comply or be able to fix your gosh darn government, then I will commit more violence towards your own people and screw you over more often. But what's really weird about many of these terrorist attacks is that the government is always 5 steps ahead of the terrorists. So even though that they're planning to like commit to this building and here and there, most of the federal agents already leave the places weeks prior to having it happen. So by the time you try to do that event anyway, at that point, they pretty much just up and left. But the workers, on the other hand, never get notified about this, so it's like, you know, if you really think about the FBI and CIA, how they're always able to know 2 months ahead of time that a terrorist attack at this building was going to happen on this exact date, at this exact time, I mean, why can't you inform the workers, the people that are actually at the building, to tell them, hey, maybe 2 months from now, there's going to be a bombing going to occur? Like, and remember, this was back in the 1990s. This was way before systems like the Department of Homeland Security, the Transportation Security Association, and the National Security or Surveillance Association. Sorry, I almost said National Security Association, and the Department of Defense This was before the September 11th attacks, where multiple organizations built on top of other governmental organizations that have been created before 2001. So that's why, in my opinion, when it comes to terrorist attacks and mass shootings, like, I have no problem if people want to talk about politics, if they want to talk about entertainment, if they want to talk about this or that. But the idea for me to do this stream is just to get a foot in the door, for me to start doing live streams and to tell people, hey, look, this is something that I usually like to do. But the issue is that nighttime for me, especially 9 p.m., 10 p.m., is the only times that I'm able to live stream. And I know for many people, they usually go to sleep at like 8 p.m. during the evening. So it's not 10 p.m. for most Americans. It's not really a suitable time. Unless if I decide, you know what, let me wake up at 5 o'clock in the freaking morning and do it that way. If I really wanted to, I could have just done, I don't know, a freaking morning stream. Excuse me. I could easily do a freaking morning stream at 5 or 6 in the morning rather than 10 p.m. at night. So it's just that the reason why I was so late to doing the live streams at 9 p.m. and finally didn't get started until like 10 o'clock, 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2200 to 2215 military time, was because I was having trouble getting my OBS set up. So I had to go through the process of resetting up all of the scenes that I have, not from the Twitch one that I'm used to doing, but rather the format for YouTube that I had to set up. So these type of live streams for me are just more of anything goes. So whether I'm watching videos, if I'm playing games or something like that, it usually just depends on what I really like to watch and what I really like to do. But you have to remember, people, that this is not going to be like every Sunday night, every time that I do these live streams. So it's not really something that I'm going to be doing a heck of a lot, if you ask me. So it's not really something that I'm going to be streaming very often. And remember, I don't really have much hard disk drive storage space. So you have to believe me when I say that, I mean, even though 2.07 terabytes is still a lot, nowadays with so many files going like towards the 50 plus 100 plus gigabyte limit, it's getting to the point where people are going to have to start investing in 20 terabytes. And this is why I often tell people, I'm like, well, 4 terabytes, 2 terabytes for video games on consoles, to me, that's just not enough. I need something that's like a 10 terabyte. And what's really funny is that I actually used a 1 terabyte G Technology consumer hard disk drive that ended up breaking within like 1 to 2 years, because apparently I ran the console for so long that the magnetic needle inside the hard drive, let's just say it couldn't read the DLC map packs anymore, and it just pretty much broke. Heck, I even probably had like the game installation on that file when I probably formatted the... I guess I probably had to format the G hard drive, but in my personal opinion, I don't think I really needed to. I just imported stuff into the G hard drive, G Technology 1 terabyte hard drive, which you could still look it up. It was released in 2010, 2011, so it was one of like the very first, it was one of the very first terabyte hard disk drive products that I ever bought back in 2012, because, I mean, once I got my MacBook Pro and I started to realize that I need more storage, in 2012, 2013, I told my sister, I was like, you know, I'm going to need a lot more storage than the built-in 750 gigabytes that I have on my 13-inch late 2011 MacBook Pro model. So you could just imagine that I just didn't really have a lot of storage space on those, and so I was like, you know, I'm going to have to just upgrade to like much more higher storages, and it's going to get to the point where I have to do external storages. But what I didn't realize, and it wasn't until last year, that I was watching Technology Connections, and one of the things he mentions was this PCI, external PCI Express. And what this technological product is doing is that you hook up the graphics card straight into your laptop, and it pretty much acts as a secondary graphics card for you to use on your laptop. So if your built-in laptop graphics card and processor just isn't enough for you to like download stuff, upload stuff, live stream and all that stuff, you could easily hook up another graphics card, a second or third one, and be able to use those graphics cards on a computer. But again, they're not like the main graphics processors, they're more of the secondary external ones. Sorry, I'm just looking at here because the light is just so bright in my eyes. So, there's that. So, for the time being, I'm going to be playing some games. And I'll switch over to my other window for a second, but I just wanted to mention to people that, you know, if you're willing to just drop in and just have a good time, I mean, you could feel free to, but it's not a necessity, if you ask me. A lot of times when I do these type of streams, I usually don't expect a lot of people to show up anyway, because there's so very few people, and unless if you have some sort of like brand recognition or if you advertise a lot about yourself, most of the time nobody's going to really know who you really are. So a lot of times when I make social media accounts, each of the social media accounts is always a completely different username, because I want to make it harder for people to link different usernames and different people. So that's why for a long time people just could not connect the two usernames that I had, like MGM Game Pro, Inflation Fan 1080, Inflation Fan 64, SuperFlashDriver, and Matthew Monster Lover. And you'd be surprised that a lot of people wouldn't recognize or realize that those social media accounts that I have, including on DeviantArt, which is MGM Studios 2020, which was the username that I came up with on DeviantArt back on January 1st, 2012, and I've refused to change it. But at least I was able to do it on Weasel under Coaster Dragon Maker, where I had it as MGM Studios 2050. But I changed it so this way nobody would, like, if they search up the name MGM Studios, they wouldn't end up finding, like, a Weasel or a DeviantArt account. So there's that to consider. But one of the people told me, it's like, well, one of the users that I came across on an art website had told me, unless if you mention it to people, they're not going to know it exists. So, in other words, if you don't bring up certain types of social media that they're going to track and trace you, they're not going to really care. But it's just that at the same time, that's why for YouTube I have like different usernames. I have SuperFlashDriver. I have SuperFlashDriver. I have Extreme Reviewer 101. I have Classic Cartoon Poster 1080, and I also have DJ MGM 1080. But there's actually a fifth channel that I actually wanted to mention, because this was mentioned in my New Year's video that I've yet to upload. But it's just that, considering how long the video is, it's almost like 2 hours, and I recorded that around the night of New Year's Day. So you can imagine it was after I played with my oldest brother that I started recording for about maybe like 2 to 3 hours. And I remember I didn't stop doing it until 4 or 5 in the morning. So you could imagine that by the time I got to the end of the video, I already had to pack up and just go. And the moment that one of the lights on my right side of me got turned on, I I had to end the video because I didn't want my mom. Yes, I do live with my parents. Yes. I didn't want my mom to notice that I was still recording and go from there. So, at the end of the day, the idea behind the stream is that it's just more for me to talk with people, me to just get to know other people, those that really like my channel a lot, those who don't, or pretty much just do a topic. So, it kind of depends when I want to do these live streams, but they're not a necessity. But definitely the ones for Saturdays, like January 18th, January 25th, February 8th, February 15th, all that stuff. It's just that it's more, I'm going to say it's more about just a very relaxing, very chill live stream that you could easily come over and be able to just have a nice talk, drink some coffee, conversate with other people in a stream, put this on a background. I mean, that's pretty much what this YouTube live stream is. It's just more of a chill, it's just more of a chill live stream. So, hang on for a second. Sorry about that. I was hugging to a family member, but and yes, I mean, what you just saw me eat was an Oreo, but I only have Oreos maybe once in a while. It's not like, oh, I have this every day, every week, every month. It's more of like a once in a while. Maybe I'll have like a huge box of Oreos, the mega stuffed ones or double stuffed or originals. It doesn't matter. I may purchase them maybe once in a while, but it's not really a necessity because, you know, I would rather buy like maybe spaghetti boxes, sauce cans, box foods that I could easily just dump into the pot and be ready to go. For example, like mac and cheese and pasta, you could pretty much boil the water, maybe put in butter and salt if you like, put the pasta into the freaking water, cook it up for maybe like, depending on the food, 3 to 4 minutes for angel hair, 9 to 12 minutes for spaghetti, mac and cheese like 7 to 8 minutes, and then you pretty much just get the other ingredients that you could use, and thus you could pretty much just have that meal. But the nice thing about it is that you could also insert vegetables, so it's something more than just, let's say, like a bagel, cookies, or soda cans. So it's just a lot more filling than just eating snacks. And I mean, sometimes a bagel with cream cheese, like this usually works very well, but it's only like maybe a little bit, so it's not like very filling for a lot of people. And yeah, I know I don't really have, I don't have music on, but that's just because I just don't want to get copyright stricken because I'm going to be playing video games anyway that are going to have copyright music. But I mean, personally, in my opinion, I usually just don't have the music on playing while I have in the background. I mean, once in a while I might play some sort of music when I'm not really live streaming, but when I am live streaming, a lot of times you're just going to hear like the game audio and that's about it. So I mean, at the end of the day, it just depends what kind of game I want to play, what kind of video I want to watch, and just pretty much just let you guys just chill. So I hope that you guys are doing okay. I know there's been wildfires for the past like 2 weeks in Los Angeles, Palestine, and 2 other towns in Southern California. I mean, I don't know what really caused the fire. I think a lot of people are suggesting that these gender reveal parties, I think, are what's causing it. But that's why I often tell people, like, you know, we used to go from simply just cutting the cake and literally showing people what kind of baby boy, baby girl, or reveal the gender of, like, the newborn baby. We went from something simple like that to now fireworks, planes, and confetti bombs. And it's like, why would you want to do that? Especially when you're on, like, freaking grasslands. Like, especially if that place hasn't gotten water in, like, years and years, I wouldn't recommend it. And also, in my personal honest opinion, I would rather go for the cold grounds where it's frozen ice and snow everywhere. Because at least, like, the snow and the cold is enough to at least prevent the fire from spreading, but when it's a complete dirt ground, very dry air, and dry grass and weeds and bushes and forests everywhere, I mean, it's just really unfortunate that these people are literally doing this, and yet there's like massive forest fires every freaking place you go to. And not to mention, it's like some person could accidentally like light a cigarette, or do this or do that. It's like, we still don't really know who the heck did all of this in the first place. And if it was an arson who like really hated California as much to the point that they decided to do this, I would say this is pretty much a domestically grown terrorist attack, if you ask me. So as you can imagine, it's just unfortunate that these people lose all their houses, lose all their belongings. And I often tell people, I'm like, well, this is why I'm a bit terrified when something like this occurs, because in my personal opinion, one of the things I would often tell people is, if I'm able to store all this stuff and maybe like carry around books and such, if I had like all the printed documents, like furniture to me, dishes, and, I don't know, like china glass, like something that's very valuable from like, I don't know, the 1980s or 1950s, I mean, I could pretty much let that go. It's not really a big deal. Like, heck, even beds, or, like literally beds or something like that, I really just don't care about that, because you could always replace those. It's not a big deal. It's only when you had to like pay so much to rebuild the house again, and at that point, you might as well just tell them, like, well, I'm buying the property again, but it's just going to be an underground bunker. So, it just gets to the point where you're like, yeah, I'm going to just make an underground bunker. I'm not going to rebuild the whole house. It's like my house is literally just this little part, this little tiny entranceway that looks like something you would enter into a house, but it really just is an entrance to go down into the basement. So it's like, there's that to consider, and the basement is like maybe 3 feet underneath the entrance, or underneath the ground. So this way that it doesn't connect to the surface, but be my guest. So that's why, in my honest opinion, it just really sucks to have to lose so much valuable property and family possessions that you've had for decades now, just completely gone. And it really sucks. It's almost like as if, again, this is something that some people do have fears of. You could pretty much lose all the possessions that you bought, all the things that you bought, including the ultra rare ones, you could easily lose them with just one fire. One fire is enough to destroy everything in your house. And we've installed pretty much multitude of things of electricity that is also a fire hazard. So I'm actually glad that for many of my surge protectors, because the thing with surge protectors for me is that if it does get to the point where even if I plug something in, it would just spark every time, I would be like, let's just not use this anymore. I would archive it, I would preserve it. Oops, sorry. I would archive it and maybe preserve it for pretty much to show people what we used to have, what we used to use compared to nowadays. But at some point, it's like, you're going to have to replace it with pretty much a different, you're going to have to replace it with a different surge protector every half decade to decade, because this is something that actually the manufacturer had told me, and usually for me, I'll be like, well, I would say maybe after 5 or 10 years, like, this was before I read one of the manufacturers for one of the surge protectors that allows me to have 24 plugs and 5 USB ports, with one of them being a Type-C for charging. One of the things I would often think about is that, with surge protectors, I feel like as if you would technically just, I don't know, need to replace them every 5 to 10 years. And so when I read the manufacturer's manual of a certain brand that I bought last year, because I was just so tired of having to hook up 4 surge protectors onto one surge protector that was a Belkin, another Belkin, and then pretty much, yeah, so it's basically a Belkin, a surge protector here with USB ports, and then on the other side of the 4K monitor that I have on my, that it's on the right side from your point of view, but it's on the left side for me. Then another Belkin surge protector, and then this charger here. But once I got the 24 plug outlet that had the cord that was like 12 feet long, I mean, it's a or 15 feet long, like it's a really lengthy cable. It's really good, but it's just that the part, the one part, the top part of the surge protector, if you bend it, you could pretty much accidentally pull it out and expose the green and white cables. But you just got to be careful, and this is the reason why they would recommend you fold up the cable and not really stuff it into like any bag. But I mean, it's like, you know, if it works, it works. But a lot of times we usually don't move the surge protectors around. So that's why the only time that ever happens is when you're like folding it up or wrapping it up just to put it back into the bag. But a lot of people just don't know how fragile some of the electronics can be, so they will pull on it and it will literally just rip out of the surge protector. It's like, well, great. Now I gotta get a new one that costs like $60. Which is why that I got the one for here at home, and then the old one that has like the cable sticking out like a sore thumb, that one I just use for like traveling. So it's like, it's so easy to set up. I don't have to worry about running out of outlets. Like, I used to use a Belkin surge protector, the 12 plug surge protector with like the tilting plugs. I used to use those for years because they were just pretty cool. Say like if you have this bulky like power plug that would like take up some of the space of the 3-prong power cords next to you, you could literally just tilt one of the plugs towards the side and you could just plug it upside down, whether it's a 2-prong or a 3-prong. Yeah, whether it's a 2-prong or a 3-prong. So there's that to consider. Sorry, I hope I didn't do the middle finger when I did this. I hope that doesn't mean something offensive, which I do apologize for if that's the case. But the idea is, I just want to make it more streamlined and easier for the DJs to not have to worry so much about bringing the cables, bringing this and that. And so that's why when we come back for the robotics mini DJ gig this January 31st, considering that is like the last day in January, and oh boy, I would tell people we're we're already past the first month in 2025. I tell these people, like, when you sleep so much, time just goes so fast that before you know it, you already feel like you're back in nighttime. Like, for me personally, I feel like maybe I only get like daylight maybe for about 6 hours, and then I just end up going to sleep. So it's like, it feels like I'm just so used to nighttime that I barely see daylight most of my schedule. So it's like, there's that to consider. So, there's that. Oops, sorry. Pretty much, my headphones always bang into this thing, but so let me get up some. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I think of when it comes to DJing, when it comes to wildfires, when it comes to politics. But that's good and all, but most of you are asking me, who am I as a person? What do I usually do on my YouTube channel, and etc., etc. So, for me personally, I am one of those people that likes to play maybe some video games here and there. But I usually like to watch videos on YouTube and pretty much write and draw my own stuff from time to time, but mostly write stories. And the thing with me is that many people will know this channel as like the one that does Willy Wonka reverse videos. That's one part of it, but the whole point of Super Flash Driver channel was that it's more of like, I don't know, anything goes. And it's usually just for like videos that don't really fit into the 3 other YouTube channels that I mentioned, like Extreme Reviewer 101, Classic Cartoon Poster 1080, and DJ MGM 1080. And so that's why you would often see me just post maybe like once in a while or unexpectedly, because you don't really know when it's going to get posted. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people who create stuff, whether it's Pocket Monsters or video games or live streams or even like, I don't know, pretty much other things, including like archived videos on demand live streams. And I mean, to be honest, like at the same time, we could also like have me like download something, maybe like a live stream or something, and maybe even watch a video on YouTube. So it's kind of more of like, again, it's more of anything goes. But you might have noticed that one of the alternative titles that I have on here is Super Flash Driver's Questions and Answers, Ask Me Anything, Relaxing Livestream, because considering that this channel, on January 1st, 2025, turned 15 years old, I have thought about doing live streams as a change up for my YouTube channel, so this way people could just easily see my content a little better, easily interact with me a bit better. But the thing is though, is that the time slot for my live stream just does not work out for a lot of people, especially those living in the United States and those in like Japan, Australia, India, and China and New Zealand, to make a sense, including ones in London and Ireland and United Kingdom and Spain and France and Portugal and all that stuff. So it's just not really a good time slot to be in, because by then most people are going to sleep anyway by 10 p.m. So it's just not a good time, and now it's already like 11:22 anyway. So it's just really unfortunate that 10 p.m. is the only time that I have available to do streams, which is kind of the same thing with Twitch live streams. It's just that with Twitch live streams, I already have pretty much everything set up, ready to go. So I could actually demonstrate to you some of the scenes that I often make for a lot of my... yeah, I could definitely show you like a lot of the things that I could show you, but I just gotta like I just gotta add like a capture card to it, so this way that people can just easily see how my thing goes. And so you could pretty much just see what some of the streams that I usually do just look like and go from there. So the idea that I usually do for a lot of these streams is just that a lot of times I just pretty much just set up all these scenes that I have here in Twitch. So like the one you're seeing right now is the YouTube mainstream that I have. And then if I cut away to this, now you could just see my MGM Studios logo that I used for my Twitch DJing stream. And then after that, I pretty much have something similar to this. So this is basically like an introduction to pretty much the live stream and all that stuff. So you could just easily see like, welcome to the stream, please stand by. Welcome to the stream, please stand by. And the Ultra Music Festival logo in the background. Now, for this little video that you're watching right now, like beyond my video camera, that right there was actually edited in... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting too loud. That right there was edited in Adobe Premiere Pro, CC. Because the reason why I would say so, yeah, sorry if I dipped in lower, if I dipped a little bit lower, but that's just how it is. So you're just gonna have to wing it for me. You're just gonna have to wing it as it is. But as I was saying, the Ultra Music Festival logo that you see right there behind the "Welcome to the stream, please stand by," that was actually an edited. That was actually an edited logo that I took of the Ultra Music Festival logo that I found online. And I expanded it to fit the 16:9 resolution. And what it did is that I took the transform tool and the rotation tool, and what I did is that I took the rotation tool and I basically just did it from like the one length of the logo, and I expanded it, I think, to like maybe 10 minutes if I remember correctly. I don't remember, but I think it was like maybe 10, 20, 30 minutes. I think it just depends, but I could easily, what is it? I could easily just like look up the source for it. Yeah, it's called Ultra Music Festival logo background, and what that does is it's basically just a background that just spins in place, and then once it gets to the end, you'll start to see that it will loop again, for those very curious. So once it gets to right here, pretty much all of a sudden it just starts up again. So it's like a very, very fluid, very exact type of frame, very exact type of looping video. And if I look up through here, I think it's H, but where did I put the video? Did I put it in here? No. I put it in here. Where did I put the darn thing? Oh, an I. Oh, here we go. This is where I did it. Okay. This makes sense. Yeah, extra and downloaded videos. This is not logo histories. DJ videos. No, that's not it. DJ MJukes and mixes. Favorite videos of all time. No. Yeah, here it is. So the Ultra Music video, the Ultra Music Festival logo background is in total about 32 seconds. So, excuse me. So, the video that you're watching right now, it's actually lasts up to 32 seconds. So every 32 seconds, it's always going to be looping no matter what. So this way that you get to see, pretty much it's just eye candy, but in a very soft, very relaxed way that gets you really excited for like the stream to come up. And then when I do get ready to do it, basically what happens is that I just do like this massive fade. Excuse me. And as the text disappears, pretty much that's when I usually start the video. And then I would go into what's called the DJ MGM scene. And then I would pretty much just fade that into it too. And that's when I pretty much just start with the DJing. Sometimes I'll introduce myself. Sometimes I'll just only introduce myself whenever I do so. But a lot of times when it comes to... usually when it comes to DJ music broadcast, the DJ main scene that you're watching right now is the only one that has my video capture card, video capture device just hooked up. Everything else just doesn't include it. Like the Be Right Back scene number 2, the first Be Right Back scene, which in my opinion is actually more of a DJ MGM. I should change that. DJ intro scene. So this way that I know where to start. And then I got this second one right here that is basically just disco ball lights. Now, if I really need to, I could just put this up to just tell people, hey, I'm going to be right back. Grab some food, maybe go to the bathroom. Or if I need to help with the family, and thus I would just say, well, I had to be away from keyboard or AFK for a little bit until I could easily come back and say, hey, look, I'm here again. I'm can easily play the DJing again and go from there. So there you go. And yeah, he'll probably respond tomorrow. That's fine. So you got this. and then here's the text-less version. Now, many of you might notice that there's a clock in the bottom right corner, and the reason why that I have that there is just to make sure that people can see what time it is and what day is it today, so it can make it easy for people to just be like, oh, what time is it? Oh, what day is it over in my time zone? And so it just makes it less likely for people to have to worry about, oh, I'm just wondering what time it is, what date it is, and go from there. And even then, it's like, people can easily just see that time and be like, oh, I could just hook it up with my time or look at my own time and go from there. So you could just see just how... Oh, I forgot to include my camera for a second. So you could just see how this all occurs. But by the time that I tried to download the other media sources that I had for the laser light show and all that stuff, which I was able to finish it around like 3, 4 in the morning, like it took forever. Considering that some of those videos are like 10 hours long, like I couldn't download the 4K versions. I would love to, but then the issue is I had to convert those WebM videos into MP4 videos because most programs wouldn't take WebM, which WebM is kind of more of like a lossless web browsing file type that allows like some sort of compression, but it retains the resolution and the aspect ratio and the pretty much the resolution or the pixel count for the entire video, but it just makes it into like this much more less file intensive upload that makes it easy for people to download the 4K videos. Even though it's not exact, at least it's better than nothing. But because of that, now I gotta go convert that file from a WebM into an MP4. So you can imagine having to convert a 10-hour laser light visual DJ loop into a 4K MP4 video, and that would take just as long for me to export it as it would with when it comes to just simply downloading the video in MP4 at 1080p rather than 4K resolution. So that's one of those scenes. The other scene that I have is this one, and this one is kind of more nature based. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go see something here. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, because this is just media source. Here's media source 2. There's that. And then there's video for live streaming. I mean, the other one that I also have, which I will demonstrate too for those that are curious. This is just one of those that I have here. But the other video that I also have, not just this one, but, oh, let me go see. Here we go. So one of the other things that I could do, not just for this video for live streaming, but the other video that I have, which thankfully I muted it, so you don't have to hear it, is this. So sometimes I'll just pop this video up, but I don't even realize that there's audio in the video. And if I'm playing DJ music and all of a sudden people just hear this out of nowhere, they're going to think that I made a mistake in mixing my music. When in reality, it's a video that I didn't get a chance to take the audio out. Like, I wanted to use this video, which was made by Albert CT when he did the Best of Electro Pop 2010s to 2020s video. So that's why one part of it is basically just a recording. I think it's like 30, 40 minutes into the stream, if I remember correctly, which starts with Rock Your Body and then Scream and Shout comes in. So I just maybe did like, I don't know, a 10, 5, 20-minute clip of like whatever I needed to record. And I did this in about, I would say maybe an hour, half hour before I had to stream. So I had to do this pretty quick. Because if I didn't start doing this now, and then just have the background scene number 1, I probably would have not been able to showcase anything like this. So that's why I know I'm kind of looking over here, but that's just what it is. So yeah, as you could kind of see, these are the type of scenes that I have. And then once I'm done with that, pretty much I got this. So this type of video that I have here is more for like just saying to people, hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be able to see you next Saturday, and go from there. So it's basically a way of just telling people, hey, look, I know that it's been a long weekend, it's been one heck of a dance party, but it is time for me to go. So that's pretty much what I usually did for those type of live streaming. So that's pretty much my DJ Twitch thing, and that's why one of the things I did mention in my broadcast number 4 is that I pretty much just said to myself, if I'm going to be streaming at probably like 10 p.m. at night, then that's pretty much the only way I'm going to be able to do it. Hopefully in the near future that I could easily find another way to do it, maybe like earlier time, or if I really get up nice and early, maybe like 5 or 6 in the morning, rather than, I don't know, maybe instead of like, 10 p.m. at night, maybe I'll do it at 5 or 6 in the morning. So this way that by the time I'm finished, it's already like maybe 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And when I mean 11 a.m. or 10 a.m., it just means like 1,000 hours, 1,100 hours when I end, instead of just 2,300 hours in military time, which is basically 10 p.m., 11 p.m. for those that use the 12-hour format. But yeah, this is basically what I just do, minus my appearance in the video with the video capture card, of course. So you can kind of see how this works. So there's that one, there's this one, there's this one, there's this one, but with the text right here, and then this is the one that I usually use as like the main component. And I don't think you're going to be able to see it in the OBS, but what I have here is a microphone input called Computer Built-in Microphone. What that does is that it allows me to hook up a separate audio system into a separate audio card, so this way it doesn't end up like combined into the mixer. So I could easily just adjust the audio in my USB mixer, but it doesn't like combine with my microphone recording onto one live stream. So I have them separately in order to make it easy for me to be able to record this audio separately. Like if I really wanted to, I could technically just not talk throughout the whole stream and still be able to play music regardless. But because that I'm kind of more of like a DJ / master of ceremonies, sometimes, not all the times, but master of ceremonies / disc jockey, I kind of feel it's somewhat necessary to do that because, or like maybe a radio station, if you were like listening to a radio station on Friday and Saturday nights, you'll probably hear like music playing, and then some radio jockey like comes on, radio disc jockey, and comes on and be like, hey, this is whatever station name is, and then whatever station number it is that you're granted to use for copyright and such, and then you go from here. But I think it's just that for me, when it comes to radio numbers, it's just that at the end of the day, like while you could technically promote it, I do think copyright in terms of radio station numbers shouldn't really be a necessity, since, like, who the hell listens to radio nowadays? Like, don't get me wrong, I used to listen to the radio back in like the 2000s and early 2010s, but by the time that YouTube and pretty much some of the people for music started to post on platforms like SoundCloud, Spotify, Beatport, YouTube, and pretty much Zippy Audio, which unfortunately Zippy Audio is now unfortunately shut down, which is kind of sad because Zippy Audio was one of my favorite places to go to for so many years, and now considering that it's gone, well, it's going to be a lot harder to find music that I could easily download, and had to go through a bunch of hoops, bunch of websites just to find the one song that I could easily find through like a digital store. But the problem is the digital store doesn't really have the full extended mix, and I don't want to go through Beatport and literally just continuously buy song after another just because I want to get that song. Yeah, sure, it's higher quality, and you're supporting Beatport, the DJ industry, and the artists, but I'd rather not give them money if I could find a way to get it for free. So it's just that why am I going to spend like $1.30 for a single song, or maybe like $10 for an album, when I could easily find those for free? So that's why YouTube to Wave, in my opinion, is just much better, in my honest opinion, rather than just buying music off of the store. But again, it is your choice. It is very up to you to decide what you want to purchase. So if you feel like supporting the artists, supporting the creators, that's on you. I really don't care too much about it because, I mean, heck, if a creator on, say, YouTube or any other platform just stops making content altogether, it really wouldn't matter because they already have posted so much content to the point that you could easily just enjoy the same videos over and over again, maybe like every few years or so, but you're always going to see like other videos that are going to be uploaded anyway by other people that want to enter into the same sphere as those that used to post on here back in the mid-2000s through the early 2010s, around that time point. And most of those people in the mid-2000s, with the exception of a few, most of those people pretty much just up and left, or just stopped posting altogether because they just don't like how the video platform is. Like, take for example, Cat3333 Pokemon used to do a lot of Mario Paint, and also would upload his own covers, and sometimes he'll showcase his plushies, his Pokemon merchandise. But when it got to the point that YouTube was constantly changing its layout, he absolutely hated the way the 2011, 2012, and 2014 YouTube layouts had, that he absolutely just hated it, to the point that he just stopped uploading videos altogether. He just did not like where YouTube was going. The customization that he once had is completely gone now, and to be honest, I totally agree with him. But it's just that when corporations get in the way for something that should have allowed customization to continue existing too, I mean, a lot of times, even then, that's old, maybe like old Flash code, old like Flash slash, like InDesign type of programming from the 2000s that nobody really cares anymore. And apparently it's considered, apparently doing that through web design is considered childish and not like a clean slate. So it's like, yeah, I get it. If you want to be more corporate and professional, that's one thing. But some of these people just don't really care as a profession, like on YouTube and Odyssey. They just want to be able to design their YouTube page, their DeviantArt page, their Fur Affinity page, however they like. And so when you remove that customization, most of it, people are going to get ticked that now all their things that they put in, all the stuff that they've put a lot of work into is completely gone. So I could totally understand why people wouldn't really like doing that, or a company like YouTube and Google would just completely gut the feature to where you would think that they would rather just keep the footage, or, I'm sorry, not keeping footage. Yeah, you could tell that I'm just tired. I'm just saying. So I'm probably not going to stream too much for 3 hours, but we'll have to see. But getting back to YouTube, you could just tell how much I just don't like the way it is now, much like many other people back in the late 2000s, early 2010s. So, but for me, it's like, you know, YouTube was one of my very first social media platforms I ever came across. Everything else came later, or when I was like a teenager, so there's that to consider. Like, I've heard of these sites, don't get me wrong, but it's just that it would take a little bit longer time until years later when I would pretty much be like, yeah, I've used this social media, I've used this at one point, but then I close it, and then there's some that I still keep going to this very day, or just completely close it out altogether. Or even tried it and never bothered to ever use it again, so to speak. So now I've gotten all that stuff out of the way. Oh. Now I've gotten all that stuff out of the way, I'm going to introduce myself properly this time. So I will start off with this. My name is Matthew John. I am also known as SuperFlashDriver, Extreme Reviewer 101, Classic Cartoon Poster 1080, DJ MGM 1080, St. Peter the Apostle Church Unofficial, and MGM Studios on YouTube platforms as well as Gmail. And I also have other Gmail accounts including Namco Player 480, P, backup account something, DJ MGM 720 1080, and Coastermaker at Yandex.com to name a few. So also known as Matthew John, Madman, Ketchup Man, Coaster Maker, Coaster Dragon Maker, Roller Coaster Dragon Maker, Inflation Fan 64, 1080, MGM Studios 2020, 2050, Coaster Dragon Maker, all those usernames. And then one of them I have is Pizza Fanatic. So there's that to consider. So, but at the same time, all those accounts are basically just me as Matthew John. I shall not mention my last name because I actually did that on a fan site and people already knew who I was because I was careless to show my last name and screwed myself over. So you can imagine how that must have felt to be like, yeah, I just put like all my personal information out there for everyone to know. Have fun with it. So that's why on YouTube I just go by Matthew John. John is technically not my last name, it's my middle name. And my Matthew is my first name, for those who are interested. So, I've been on YouTube back on September 26, 2006. But technically it started when I came across Google Videos. A year later after I discovered the internet on September 17th, 2005. Which is going to be 20 years ago, so that's going to be wild. When I came across Google Videos and eventually YouTube, one of the first videos that I ever came across was Tails and Cosmos AMV, I'm Just a Kid, which I think it still exists to this very day, but I could go check. I think it still exists to this very day if I remember correctly. Tails, Cosmos, AMV, I'm Just a Kid. I'd be very curious. I'd be very curious. And I'm just going to mute the tab just so that, here it is. Oh, it's still up. Nice. Is this the one that I remember seeing? I think it is. Yes. Oh my god. Holy crow. I cannot believe. I mean, yeah, originally posted on Wednesday, August 16th, 2006. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this was originally, August 16th, 2006, but eventually it got re-uploaded, but oh my gosh. Oh, turn off constantly for kids. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, then I'll just bookmark it then. That makes sense. So, I just want to show you something. I will switch to... here. Here we go. I'm gonna have it muted because I don't want to, I can probably lower it. So, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna play it for a little bit. Let's just see. Oh, and one more thing to mention. So for those who don't know, one of the extensions I have here is screwmycode.in. It's kind of hard to see, but let me go full screen. Basically what this does is that it allows you to change not just the tempo, but also the pitch on the fly. So this way you could easily listen to what the song and the video would look like if it's slowed down. So I could easily like slow it down to 50, speed it up to 50, or pretty much be at like 0 if I really wanted to. But sometimes you may end up liking a pitch minus down. So, to be honest, I'm actually going to do it at number 10 because then it actually slows it down. But the one that you're seeing right here, Miles Tails Prower, I'm Just a Kid, was one of the very first YouTube videos that I ever came across in my entire life. And it wouldn't be until June 2007 when I saw another video that I'm going to show you. So, the first thing I'm going to just do is that I'm just going to show you videos just because I feel like watching. And then we're just going to go from there. But just to let people know, I'm SuperFlashDriver. Oh, let me go. Let me go cut to here. Oh, hang on. There we go. So, I'm SuperFlashDriver, also known as Matthew John. And I've been on YouTube for 15 years. And I originally made my YouTube account as a way to start commenting on people's videos. But it wouldn't be until November 30th, December 2010, that I started dabbling into video editing. And after learning video editing for the past like 8-9 months at that time, because remember, when I first made my account, my Gmail, YouTube, I didn't really have much video experience. So I was just getting into understanding how filming works, understanding how editing works, and I was pretty much like excelling. But the thing was is that they didn't really give you... the people there that were teaching us, they didn't really give us much of a hint or clue of what kind of project that we were going to make. They were just really like, oh, let's just record yourself through like this photo booth face cam for maybe like, I don't know, 10 minutes, and to just get it like experience for video editing and such. So they didn't really like suggest to us and be like, okay, I need you to do it in this design, I need you to do it in that design, I need you to edit it in this design, and that thing, and that thing, and this thing, and this thing. They didn't really give us like very specific things. It was just more vague and do what you want as long as it's related to the lesson that I'm teaching you in class. And to be honest, like, once I was being taught about it for the next 4 or 5 months, I pretty much excelled at it, to the point that eventually in July 2010, that same year, which was July 4th, I believe, if I remember correctly, yeah, like, I think it was, I mean, let me go through, like, 2010, because I think it's just easier to check my calendar, rather than to, yeah, let me go check my calendar, and what's July? Yeah, it was July 9th. And so, yeah, July 8th. So, July 8th, because I went on Thursdays. I went on Thursdays for Pathways for Exceptional Children instead of Fridays. Like, some people, they did it on Fridays. But for me personally, I was like, I kind of prefer to have Fridays off so this way I can enjoy the weekend. And just have it on, like, Tuesdays and Thursdays rather than just Fridays. But as time went on and I started to like advance to becoming from a beginner DJ to an intermediate and then eventually like an advanced DJ, I eventually got to the point where I started doing Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays like every single week. So it got to the point where I was doing pretty much a ton of stuff in Pathways. And 2016, 2017 was definitely those years that I really started to like be introduced to it, singing in a concert and all that stuff. So it was like almost as if I would just be singing on those platforms here and there, and go from there. So that's why I kind of did that. I mean, there were some things that I kind of like I was taught. It's like not to put your palm and just bang it onto the microphone head, because apparently it just damages the, what's it called? The, I'm gonna forget. Yeah, again, people, like, I'm tired. And so I only have like maybe 5 or 6 hours of sleep, so that's why trying to think combined with this light here, it's just very difficult to do so. Just so that I could easily, just so I could easily, just so I could easily have you be able to see my face. But anyway, so a lot of times when I did Pathways, I did Tuesdays and Thursdays every week. During the summer, though, it would only be like 6 weeks, and August used to be the summer break that I used to have for quite some time. It used to just be the one that I would have like the most amount of breaks. And over time, when I got through high school and even after high school, it was kind of the same for a long time. But it really wouldn't be until, I would say, near the 2020, like the start of 2020, that the summer breaks really started to massively change from what it used to be. So at one point, from March 13th, 2020, all the way up until July 4th of 2020, I had the massive amount of break, the most massive break from work that I've ever had. That summer break, pretty much felt like a given at that point. I was like, well, pretty much after the pandemic type of situation where I was off for like maybe 3 months because we couldn't go in person. I mean, to me, that was just incredible. It was basically like, oh, I get to have 3 months off from work and I don't have to worry about it for the next 3 months. But I know it's not the same for everybody. It's like, well, I still got to go to work anyway, but that's just me. So there's that to consider. But yeah, I think it was July 8th of 2010 was when I was introduced to video downloading and a website called KeepVid, which, surprisingly, it is still around to this very freaking day. Let me see. KeepVid. And I'll show you. Like, it's still around to this very day. It's just that it's probably under, like, a different name. But, let's see. KeepVid. Yeah, there's, like, multiple ones, but I think KeepVid shuts down its service. Oh, KeepVid shut down in 2018? Oh, that's unfortunate. And apparently all of a sudden it just came back. So yeah, so I think multiple sites now have the name, but at that time, I'll show you. This one was the one that I used to use back in 2010. But at that time, when it came to MP3, like, I didn't understand what that was. So I would sometimes, like, download it. But the problem was is that MP3 just sounded so muddy. I was like, you know what? Let me just convert it from an MP4 to an MP3. Let me just download it as, like, a video first. And then I'll download it. And then I'll convert it to, like, an MP3. And it would just sound a lot better that way from, like, converting it to a normal video at 1080p to, like, an audio source at maybe, like, closest to 192 kilobytes, maybe probably 320 kilobytes MP3 at some point. So, or something higher like that, but there's that to consider. So, I almost thought my medicine was a drink. So yeah, even nearly 15 years later, after I first came across Keyvid, it's still here to this very day. So it's incredible. It's incredible how long this has lasted. That was the other video that I had. That was just the that was just pretty much the behind the scenes for those that if you own a YouTube if you have your own YouTube channel, you would basically have the live tabs in a separate thing and then the videos. But the videos in the live, they used to actually be in one tab, which is the videos. And then as the updates later went by, YouTube just be like, you know what, let's just make it separate tabs and just go from there. So it's like, oh, okay, we'll just make it separate tabs then instead of just having it all in one column. So there's that to consider. So yeah, there's that to consider. But yeah, I'm SuperFlashDriver, and I will be able to kind of do a lot more. But I would say maybe around, like, I don't know, midnight, we'll start to do, like, I don't know, 7 Days to Die or Call of Duty Black Ops, or maybe like Power World, or I don't know, maybe City Skylines or something. I mean, I will find a game to kind of play, and then maybe some emulation here and there. SimCity is also another game that I like to do, but I think I'll probably make like a new game, just so that you don't see like my personal game. My personal game, I like to keep it private for me, and then for 7 Days to Die, hang on for a second. Sorry, I had to pretty much pass a ton of gas, so that's why I often just mute the microphone, just so that I could feel better. But anyway, so right here, this was one of the very first YouTube videos that I've ever come across in the entire landscape, and one of my friends, his name was Tanner, told me, it's like, hey, I want you to listen to a song called I'm Just a Kid by Simple Plan. And I mean, you guys probably have heard the original so many times. I mean, it is a song that came out in 2001, and considering it's almost 25 years old, I mean, gosh, most of the songs from the early 2000s is now like 25 plus years old. I mean, even All the Small Things by Blink-182 is now 25 years old since it came out in 2000. And then some of the songs from 1995, 1990, 1985, 1980, they're like almost 30, 35, 40, 45, almost 50 years old. It's just incredible. Just how far we've come in terms of music and such. Like, heck, even the 60s and 50s music is just, they're just getting old. And it's like, before you know it, most of the music is going to get just as old as the 1900s and 1920s is. So even then, the 1920s and 1930s type of stuff is just completely old. So it's like, holy crow, it's just completely old. But anyway, oh, YouTube Studio, you could just stop babbling about my freaking kilobytes per second when I listen to it. You gotta remember, YouTube, my computer's not that powerful. But anyway, I'll let you guys listen to this, so this way you can kind of see how this goes, and listen to it and go from there and see what you think. So I won't play too much about it, but I will have it in like the background. But it's such a classic song that if you've never heard of it the first time, I would recommend listening to it. But there's also one that I found of AMV of Chicken Little that's I'm Just a Kid, and if I could find it, I'll be able to like show it to you on stream. But we'll just take a listen to it and go from there.
I woke up, it was 7, waited till 11 just to figure out that no one would call. I think I've got a lot of friends, but I don't hear from them. What's another night all alone? When you're spending every day on your own, and here it goes. I'm just a kid and life is
So yeah, that was one of the very first AMV videos that I found. I wish I could find, like, what was it, the Pikachu Bumblebee one? Bumblebee AMV. There was one that I really liked, and I can't find it for some gosh darn reason. I know this one, like, that one I've seen years back, but yeah, no, Water Fox just, like, completely takes forever to load. But I think it was Pikachu and Pichu, I think, if I remember. This one I've seen so many times. I don't really care. Now this one, the Adorable Pikachu video number 1. This one I actually came across years back. And the moment I saw it, I was just so flattered. And the music and the composition, the way it was played, it was just, it felt so good. But what I did not know for a very long time is 2 out of the 3 songs, heck, even 2 out of the 4 songs that I've listened to were from an anime music soundtrack. Was music that came straight from anime at that time. No, I'm not joking you. The other 2 were copyrighted from actual music records in the United States and Europe. So, you can just imagine how that must have felt. So, when it comes to this one is very similar, but I don't know if he has the other ones that I probably really would like to see. Okay, is there a way to, like, close? Yeah, there is. Perfect. There was another one that I really liked, but I don't know. I don't know if it was this one, but I mean, considering how this person has, like, all these links here and joined back in 2007, I mean, this person hasn't, like, updated in years, and I mean years since he's made this account. So you could just imagine accounts like Element Master 911, they haven't been here in, like, years, almost a decade and a half. So you could just imagine just how that must have felt to just see that occur and just be like, yeah, I haven't been here in, like, years. So, and even this one is just kind of weird because it's like, yeah, I made this account in 2008 and then completely abandoned it for so long. So, oh my god, stop. Here we go. I don't think I remember seeing this one. Yeah, it's 2008. Yeah, the reason why I didn't really like this AMV is that it was just images. It wasn't like, it wasn't basically videos and such. But let me just see this one. What is this one? Oh, that's why it came out in 2020. Okay, well, I don't remember. Okay, that was the one that we looked at. What is this one? Oop. Okay, well, I kind of heard of this, but I just didn't really care too much. Now, this one is very special. This one was also a favorite of mine that I really liked. So this is definitely, I think, top favorite videos of all time. Yep, there's my comment. This is my comment that I made 13 years ago, which is from 13 years ago is 2012. But I remember first seeing this back in the day. It was very cool. Michael was 5. This was a very popular show. Dude, there's just some shows like Hamtaro that I wish they would bring back. Like, I would tell people, if you think F-Zero is dead, Hamtaro has not come back in like decades since it was introduced in the year 2000. Like, it has been introduced ever since. And yeah, there was pretty much that one. So yeah, there was pretty much that one. Yeah, this one is definitely top favorite videos of all time. What is this one? Oh, that's interesting. That's what the song was? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, let me get it out of there. But yeah, it just goes to show, that video that we watched of Miles Taylor's Prowler, I'm Just a Kid, I'm surprised that's still there to this very day. Because all the other ones, like, I think it was the Pikachu one, Sleep with Bumblebee, only this one right here, this is the only one that survived. So, it's kind of strange. It's like, there was another one that used to do, like, Pokemon the Movie 3 Pikachu and Pichu short. That was one I remember that I really liked, but that one's probably gone by now. So I have no idea what happened to that one. I have no idea. The single of the Titanic? Huh? That is so weird. Just gonna lower this just so that there's no copyright, of course. Alright, so, pretty much after exploring those videos, well, I think for the rest of the time, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna, go set up 7 Days to Die, but I'm also gonna cook some food, so when I get the chance to, what I'll do is that, I'll set up the thing, and I'll pretty much just, I'm just gonna mute this, whoop. Ooh, that was loud. Oh, that was loud, so sorry. Let me go mute that. Alright, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna go set up a lot of stuff. And I'm gonna go... Alright, I'm gonna go set up like maybe some... I'm gonna go set up some, I just gotta find it. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Alright. So, what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna set up 7 Days to Die. But I'm also gonna go... I'm also gonna go set up 7 Days to Die, but I'm also gonna cook myself food. So, when I come back, it'll be about 10-20 minutes, and then we'll go from there. So, so I'll mute the mic, and I'll see you guys there. I'll be right back. Oh. um. Well, this is awkward. Mac and cheese. uh. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but hello, I'm back, and Claudio65, welcome to the stream. For those who don't know, I am SuperFlashDriver, also known as Matthew John, and I go by a lot of different usernames, but when I was trying to start the stream today, I had some problems in terms of trying to get the live stream to start, and I think I did it about 3 times in a row, because for some reason I just could not figure out how to. I mean, it wasn't that I couldn't figure out, it was more of I couldn't get it to connect to one of the YouTube live stream servers. And so that's why it just took a very, very long time to get it done. But I'm back. And first of all, this curtain is going to bother me. And this curtain too. That looks much better. Apparently I had a weird opening, but okay. So hello there. For those who are joining in, I'm actually doing, I'm actually gonna, oh, whoops. I apparently muted this. Let me go. Let's see how it sounds. Alright, so I'm actually gonna do something a little bit. Hang on. I'm going to mute 7 Days to Die. And then I'm gonna go into video. I'm gonna go to F4. And then let me go see. Do I have my flex turned on? Okay, no. Who sent me a Discord message? Alright, let me get rid of that. Lost pause, I'll take a look at your stream later. What else? And for those of you who woke up, good morning, Europe. This is usually kind of awkward for a lot of different purposes. One of them is usually at this point I should be asleep by now, but I'm probably going to play this for a little bit, and then I'm going to pretty much just put that over there. And then I'll put this over here. And then I'll have my outro music over here when I have the chance. Minimize that. Move this over here. Move this over here. And then go from there. And then put that one there. Perfect. Alright, so for those who don't know, again, as I will always say, I'm Matthew John. I go by different usernames from SuperFlashDriver, Extreme Reviewer 101, Classic Cartridge Poster 1080, DJ MGM 1080, Coaster Dragon Maker, Road Coaster Dragon Maker, Coaster Maker, Monster Lover, MGM Studios 2020, 2050, and Inflation Fan 64 on Steam, and Inflation Fan 1080 on Twitch, and then Coaster Dragon Maker on Weasel, and then E621, Rule 34, and yada 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 yada. And then pretty much the same names that I have on YouTube also apply to BitChute, B-I-T-C-H-U-T-E, not bitch and shoot. Bit as in bits, and shoot as in shoot the ladders. And then Odyssey, pretty much the same thing. I used to have Flare accounts in PeerTube, although I don't know if those servers still exist. They might have closed down. But I will get back into here. Make sure the controller works. Perfect. Alright. So, For those who wouldn't really know what this type of stream is, it's basically just considering that this YouTube channel has turned 15 years old. I figured that I might as well do I guess every last Sunday, or depending on which type of Sunday I would do, I would pretty much just do a random YouTube live stream. This is different from the Saturday ones that I do on Twitch, where basically I do DJing from 10 p.m. until, I would say, like 2 a.m. in the morning. No further than that. But what I'm doing here now, let me make my microphone louder. So what I'm doing here now, I will cut to here, is that I am doing basically like a 7 Days to Die playthrough. I know that the bottom part of the screen is kind of cut off, but let me go see for a second. Let me go see. Oh. Is that how it's supposed to go? Oh, you know why? Because time and date. Okay, that makes sense. Hang on. Apparently my time and my time and date got covered. Hang on. Stupid me. Guess I'm gonna have to duplicate. Guess I'm just gonna have to duplicate this time. Hang on. Let me go see what I could do to rectify it for the time being. But let me get out of this. Let me get out of this mode for a second, and then I will set up. Copy and paste. This is display catcher. Yes, display catcher. Remove. Is there a way to duplicate it? Huh. I guess I'm gonna have to do a redo. Alright, so now where's oop, too much. I think the right, should be okay. It's just the top. Oh, that's too much. Nope. Perfect. And then the bottom pretty much stays the same. Perfect. There we go, perfect. And then basically what I do, what I'm trying to set up is that you'll probably notice there's like a little gray box on the right side of 7 Days to Die. And the reason why I do that is I allow the people to kind of see the time and date. So this way, if I ever do full screen for certain video games like this, at least I could give people some sort of heads up when it comes to time and the day that it is. But pretty much once I set this up, I can easily just go through here and not have to worry about it again. But let me go full screen for a second. There we go. And then I could just do that. And then set that up. Perfect. And then put this back where it was. Put this over here. There we go. And then I'll bring myself back into the picture. Okay. So we're good. So, the game that we're kind of playing for today, the first one that we're doing, is one of my personal favorites. And one that my oldest brother actually introduced to me back in, I would say... let me take out these sunglasses for a second. I don't think I need these. So the little bit of history is that my oldest brother introduced me to 7 Days to Die on Christmas Eve of 2021. And so when I first played this at that time, I wasn't used to crafting or survival games, or pretty much crafting in general. A lot of the games that I used to do would either have pre-made build like theme park attractions, or I don't know, survival rounds like Call of Duty Black Ops 1 Zombies, or pretty much SimCity or some video games like that, or Super Smash Bros. But at that time, I wasn't very used to like crafting or building stuff. I don't know. I'm the type of person that doesn't really like to build or do like spend a load of time trying to build stuff, when, in my personal honest opinion, I would rather just focus so much on the fun aspect of literally just either destroying zombies or killing zombies, or pretty much just causing chaos or just having fun. But it just depends on the situation. Sometimes with Roller Coaster Tycoon, I just like to build my theme park how I like it. And then other times like Super Smash Bros. Melee, I just like to do chaos. So it just depends on the game. For simulation like theme park building games, usually I don't like people to destroy my stuff. And then for other games like Super Smash Bros. And Call of Duty Black Ops 1 Zombies, I usually like it to be chaotic. So it just usually depends. But all in all, my oldest brother introduced me to this on December 24th, 2021, and he bought this, give this to me as like a Christmas gift. I eventually would do the same for my Extreme Reviewer 101 account, as well as my Classic Cards and Poster account, which are basically backup accounts for Steam, but not like the main ones. And I eventually gave my Extreme Reviewer 101 account to my second older brother, not my first older brother, but my second older brother. And Classic Cards and Poster is just basically a backup account that pretty much has all the map packs of Call of Duty Black Ops 1, 7 Days to Die in Power World, and pretty much that's about it. Apparently it was a cookie I was scraping against the bowl. Whoops. Alright. So basically what I love about 7 Days to Die, pretty much like Power World, years later after 7 Days to Die, which came out in 2013, it's basically a sandbox survival zombie game. And the thing is that you can have multitude amount of mods. So I have a couple of mods in my arsenal that I could easily use. I could have multiple quests done from the trader at the same time. I could come to the trader 24/7. I got stainless steel blocks. I'm able to walk around and swim fast, and I could also modify the text files to increase the XP multiplier, 24-hour cycle, daylight length, blood moon frequency, blood moon count, pretty much any kind of percentage in here in these settings that are usually a number. I could pretty much increase it, but when you increase that number, you're more likely to put strain onto the computer. So some of these things, like the player block damage and loot abundance and this one, and these ones, they're not really going to be really an issue. So excuse me. The idea is that you pretty much are doing missions for mini traders, and you eventually work your way up to like maybe tier 5 and hopefully tier 6 at some point in the future. I would love to see 7 Days to Die be able to do tier 6 buildings and levels, but to do that, it would almost have to be like you regenerate the maps. Which, speaking of which, I also have the RWG rework generated maps, and basically what that does is that it takes the entire concept of generated maps and allows you to have more buildings, more places to explore than the ones that are provided in the vanilla game. So you could still, even then, there is a mode, if you have the mods folder, you could pretty much just enable or disable the mods, but if you were to disable it, you would have to restart the game again and then boot it up, and the mod would eventually be disabled. So I have these mods, then these ones, you could pretty much I'll hang in for about like a few seconds. So I got all of these guys. I also got HP bar visible at all times. and then I got improve RWG. So this one, improve RWG, random world generation, that's what it's called for short. As I mentioned before, it basically takes the maps that you generate and makes them more popular than usual. But one of the weirdest things that I found in a game is that in previous versions before version 1.0, whenever you would generate a map, after it's been generated, it would automatically save in your app data. But in versions 1.0 and beyond, they decided, oh, we're going to make you quit those maps in order to save those maps. So if you start playing a game after you generate a map, guess what? You're not going to be able to save the map. So it's kind of pointless for me to play a game of the 7 Days to Die generated world that I just created, play the game, and then realize I can't save it. Because apparently it's just not possible. So even though if you play that world, it would be nearly impossible to get it back, unless if you're like me and literally just take the screenshot tool that I'll show you right now. Where is it? Right here. So the screenshot tool that I have over here, this one allows me to, once I generate a map, if I go into, I think it's world generation if I remember correctly. Let me go back. I think it's, random gen previewer. This one. So once I generate a world, pretty much what I'll do is I'll take this little snipping tool, and I'll click new, and then I'll pretty much take an entire screenshot of the entire map, including the settings and the world seed. So this way, if people want to be able to figure out what type of world it is based on the name of the seed of that world that it's associated with, so this way people can just come here and be like, oh, what's your world seed? Oh, what's the code or the name for the world seed that you created? And I could easily just provide them the screenshot. It's like, here you go, and here's all my settings, from towns to lakes, plains to mountains, and then biome layout to wasteland, and then the preview quality. So it just makes it easy for me to do that, whereas my oldest brother, he only shows me the map, and I'm like, that's fine, you show me the map, but I need, like, the whole thing. I don't want just the freaking map, I want the settings, and I want the world seed, because if you don't tell me what the freaking world seed is, then the only thing you're probably going to give me is maybe the world, and that's about it. So it's kind of stupid how they did this. So the nice thing about it is you pretty much can just set this up as, like, a very difficult sandbox mode, or you could pretty much make it like I do, which is just a very laid-back, very simple, and just pretty much for the fun of it type of game that I have. And you'll probably notice that when I open the F1 key on my keyboard, it opens up the console of the game. So sometimes you may see a bunch of yellows, but that's just because it gives me like a heads up error to say, hey, we couldn't connect to the game server, so it's like no connection can be made because the machine prevented us from doing it. You also got these ones. A lot of times I would often get like red ones, and sometimes if you get a red one, where it's like you can't load the blocks, you can't load the items and such, pretty much there's something completely wrong with your game, or it's just that the mod file is not compatible with it. So, but I think I pretty much got everything. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just do Nomad, but I'm just going to keep it the way it is, and we're just going to start. And as you could see on the screen, I know my camera unfortunately is blocking it, so I'll show you. There you go. So basically what it does is that at the bottom, if you have mods, it'll pretty much list all the mods that you currently have. but if you have too many mods, the text just gets smaller and smaller until you can't see it. So what I like about this is that while you're waiting for the world to load, you could pretty much just go through all these like little tips and tricks, and it'll pretty much just tell you what you should look out for and what to consider when doing this game. Now, it used to only have like 28 tips, which you could easily experience by going back to previous versions if you buy the game. So it's pretty cool if you ask me. But, and I do say this with a big but, the nice thing about this version is that instead of just spawning right into the world already, much like what Alpha 21 and before did most of the time, it would just ask you this question right here, ready to spawn into the world, and then you could pretty much just say yes, or you could just hang here for a little bit until you're ready to just hit this button and click it. But the thing is that if you back out, the save file won't be saved. So you have to be very careful. If you back out of the game, or if it crashes here, or if you hang, and it pretty much does not let you proceed to the next part of the game, you're basically just screwed. So you have to start all over again, or start again from the time that you set those settings of that game, and then kind of had to experiment each and every time you play the game. You kind of had to tinker with some of the mods to make sure that some of the mods that are causing the game to not work properly get turned off, and ones that do work properly without issue, they get turned on. So now I'm going to open the console. And now we're going to start the game. But with games like these, I usually use... Alright, let me go type in DM and CM, which is debug and create a menu. And now I'm going to set the speed back to here. And then set this to here. So, for most of the people, I will show this on the other screen, so this way they can see. For some games like these, I use both a controller and a mouse and a keyboard. So this is like a DualSense controller. I'm so sorry, I said DualShock. DualSense controller and a computer gaming mouse right here. But, I mean, it's not necessary to use a controller because you use keyboard and mouse regardless. But I just like to have a controller. I mean, it doesn't have to be this one. It could just be anything that, as long as the game can recognize the controller. I mean, you could even hook up a Nintendo Switch controller or a Wii U game controller, and it would still work regardless. But I think with Wii U and Wii, you would have to tinker around with some of the settings and drivers in order to get that to work. So now with the controller plugged in, I could easily move my cursor around with the first analog stick on the controller and go from there. And so the reason why I have debug and creative mode active is I already got all the achievements that have been made into the game, but the only one that I've yet to beat with all the achievements is Power World. But the thing is that they're constantly adding new content, and because of that, they add oh wait, hang on. Alright, sorry about that. I thought I heard somebody press a beeping noise on the oven, so I had to double check. But yeah, so when I start off the game, a lot of times I usually just start at midnight, and I have the daytime to 1, and then I have the time to 0.00, which means that is basically midnight, 24-hour system, and then the speed just depends on how fast or slow you want it. So the higher the number, the faster the days are just going to go whipping by. So when you put it at like, in my opinion, if you put it at like over 40 or 70, the days are just going to go by so quick that before you know it's already like day 5. So even the blood moons just wouldn't have time to even appear in the first place if you try to do that. So I would just recommend to do it at least like 1, 3, or 5 speed, because then you'll be able to get it done quickly. But for me personally, I don't really have to worry about that. I just prefer to not have to worry too much about it, so to speak. Alright, so when you first start, this is how you actually start off. You just start off with pretty much nothing. And so I'm going to put where I started. Basically what this does is that it gives me like a little marker to let me know where I actually started in the entire game. And remember, even if you pretty much created a map or generated a map in the first place, you're not going to be familiar with the landscape once you start actually playing it. So right there is one of the houses that I could easily stay in if I wanted to, but that's usually a point of interest out in the wilderness, or what's called Wilderness Point of Interest, or POIs for short. So this way, one of those things could be like you could do a mission of getting the supplies, which is basically just a hatch. You could you're gonna have to clear all the zombies. You're gonna have to clear zombies and get the hatch at the same time. You may need to do the electric power at night. Although in this type of game, I have it to where I could do electric power anytime I want. So even if it requires me to do it between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. in the game, I could easily just do it during daytime without having to worry about that. So one of the things you want to do first when it comes to games like this is that you want to try to collect supplies. And the way that I would eventually learn how to do it later is that you kind of had to, you see all these things that are around you, you kind of had to punch in order to collect those materials. Because if you don't, then you pretty much are going to be starving, dying, and no one's going to be able to help you except those that actually do commit into the work and go from there. So when I move, my character can easily go so fast because I have a mod called GK's Run, Walk, and Swim Fast. And so what that does is that it allows me to increase my character's walking speed. So instead of the usual like 1.0 and then running speed be like 2.0 or something like that, instead of like 1.0 and 1.2 as normal, I could pretty much just walk faster and then run faster just by either holding it down or pressing it once and go from there. It's pretty cool if you ask me. So let's go ahead and collect some material. Now you want to be able to collect a bunch, because if you don't, you're going to run out of materials very fast and you're not going to have any kind of spare materials to craft anything more. Now sometimes every 15 minutes or every 5 minutes, you'll pretty much hear a sound that you just heard prior. And so what that does is you pretty much it just gives you like a heads up saying, oh, the zombies are still going to be around. But it's supposed to give you tension music. It's supposed to make you a little bit scared that you're going to be surviving this hellhole apocalypse that is a zombie apocalypse. And so you kind of had to try to survive in this post-virus, pandemic, post-apocalyptic type of scenario. Thankfully in our world we never got to that point, but it can happen. It's only just a matter of time until it does happen. Yeah, like that sound that you just heard, for example, that's one of those sound effects. But that only happens every 5 minutes. Yeah, there will be like a separate sound that will occur, and then go from there. And then the reason why I'm punching these trees is to collect wood. You'll probably see it at the bottom right corner, but the idea is that I'm basically just collecting material just by punching into stuff. And depending on the setting of how strong or weak our character is when it comes to breaking stuff, depends on how much material we're going to get out of it. So the reason why I just said it's so dang high is it just makes it easier to clear stuff out rather than just wait for me to gain to like level 200 just to be able to get to that point. So even though it would take a while for me to get to level 200, at least it's just a starting point for me to be like, yeah, I want to be able to do this right away and not to waste so much time. So one of the things that have completely changed in this compared to the previous versions is that in order to activate the quest, you got to go into this trophy icon. And so this trophy icon it will tell you what you need to do in order to get to the last part of it, which is to basically complete the final challenge and then find a trader, and eventually be able to survive the game for a good amount of time until you get to the Blood Moon, to where you have to fend off tons of zombies from your base as much as you can. There we go. Need to find stone. And now I'm going to start to decrease the brightness. To make it kind of a little bit more spooky. So this way, when I turn down my light, I'm setting the mood to be like, yeah, this is going to be a horror survival game, and so it's not going to be as bright and family friendly and colorful as the other games on the list that are E or E10 plus. Along the way, you'll come something like this, and then you could decide if you need these materials. This one, thankfully, I also have a mod where the glass jars come back, but they are unfortunately invisible. So when you have them in your hand, you'll easily be able to see them, but put them into your inventory, and they're just going to be a blank icon. That's just the only bad part about it. And then, as you heard right there, that's another type of noise that occurs in the ambience game. And that one, the ambience, and that type of music, the daily time allocated for those music, pretty much you'll be able to hear it if I set the volume loud enough in order to hear those ambient noises, including the clock type of things that can drive people pretty insane, but I personally don't mind it because it only happens like every 5 minutes or so. It just depends. Oops. I'll just turn all the way back here. And the thing is that as you collect more trees, you'll often get these little seeds that you could easily plant. So this way that you could be able to grow your own farm, or be able to grow crops, cook meat based on hunting animals and zombies and all that stuff. So it's basically like creating your own little private civilization without having to do much work, and thus the plants grow faster. Which, speaking of plants growing faster, I also have that mod where trees, crops, and other things that I plant at least could grow naturally without having to worry about, oh, I need to wait like, I don't know, 6 hours in the game in order for it to grow. Instead, it'll pretty much be done in less than 2 to 3 hours at max, or even earlier. I forgot. I mean, even the mods for some of these that died, the people that make them, especially on those on Nexus mods and other places, they'll be able to give you like a description for how some of those mods actually work and such. So there's that. This one is just to this one just mentions about the Duke of Naviscane, basically the man that pretty much took all your stuff because you wake up and you're completely normal, and one of the people that literally found you passed out on the ground pretty much notices that you just have nothing, but gives you like the basic supplies, which are kind of down here. So you're basically given like the note that I scrapped, the torch, 1 band-aid, 1 can of chili, and 2 waters. So that's pretty much all you're given throughout the entire course. And then whatever you do in the game, you just got to do it on your own. So it's a lot of fun, but it is very challenging for people that are brand new to the game. And thankfully, it's been re-released on Xbox consoles and PlayStation consoles for people that want to buy it there. But it is about $45 just to buy the game. And on Steam, I mean, it's been on Steam for years. So they decided to raise the price from $30 to $45, even though some people say, oh, I don't think it's worth the extra $7, $8, or the extra $15 just to charge people that much for a game that hasn't seen updated graphics in like 10 years, so to speak. So that's why if you notice with, if you look at my camera, you'll notice that I'm kind of focusing on the game more rather than looking up at the viewer just to look at them and see. So there we go. As I'm going through it, I'm pretty much just doing all the challenges necessary. And now that I pretty much did all these guys over here, I just redeem them. And for each challenge, like, you could actually read the description if you want to. But since I've already done these and read some of this so many times, it's just nothing too noteworthy. There you go. Now once you complete like the basics, basically you'll just get a note saying like, good job, survivor. You have proved to be capable with much potential. We have marked your map with the nearest White River outpost location. There you will find a trader where you can buy and sell goods and trade storage with one of our family citizens. Welcome on board, Noah. But here's the thing with this map. Considering how massive this map is, I mean, look where I am over here, and look where this White River trader is over here, or White River citizen or the trader. They're pretty far. I would say. But thanks to my running speed, I could easily just get up to there in no time whatsoever. But another thing I like to also craft is sledgehammers. Now, when you first start, you're usually at like level 1, but when you read books, you start to not only waste less resources, but you also, at the same time, you could also read books that would allow you to craft more weapons, more armor, and many other things in the game that there's too much to explain. So it's kind of best that you either can easily watch me kind of play it in a fun way, or you could pretty much read some of the stuff at your own time. But once I complete these challenges, I usually just scrap some of this anyway, because there's really no point in keeping this stuff when you really want to make sure that you keep a when you would rather just keep a when you would just rather keep the crafting ones that would help you out throughout the whole game. So like land claim blocks, campfires, building blocks, bedrolls, doors and traps, and fighting materials and cooking materials. All that stuff is just more important than some of the tools that are like, oh yeah, here's bows and arrows. Oh yeah, here's a crossbow. Oh yeah, here's a freaking shotgun that can only load one bullet at a time. So that's always fun to do. And now I'm gonna go to this house and kind of rob some of this stuff. But there's no need to kind of worry about the crime because everyone's pretty much dead, and you could just salvage whatever you wish to collect and go from there. Where is that zombie coming from? There he is. Boom. Oh, well, this part of the bathroom is blown out. So, if you'd like to know the controls for the computer, or more specifically the controller, your first analog stick on my DualShock controller is basically where you move the camera left, up, down, right, and in angles, and the right analog stick deals with the camera. So this one deals with the character, this one deals with the camera. To jump, you just hit the X button or the A button. pretty much to reload, you hit the circle button or the B button. When you want to open up your storage, you press the square button or the X button. And then pretty much the Y button, it usually has some sort of mechanism to do it, but pretty much the Y button is used for like to activate on and off the flashlight, as well as if you have a light enabler POI mod, you could also turn off some of the lights and turn them on if you like to. Very cool if you ask me. Now, for every time that you destroy a material or pretty much start doing a lot of construction, you're going to get screamers. And when you have too many screamers, or when your heat map continues to rise beyond a certain threshold of how you set it, based on if you go as low as, I don't know, maybe 10, and then you go all the way to 200. I mean, depending on how severe your heat map is, will determine how many screamers show up at your door. And believe me, when I've done like missions for certain types of trader quests, a lot of times I'll end up creating Lombard heat when I clear everything out and when I just smash through everything, because I'm just so dang strong that I'm like, oh yeah, I could definitely take all of this stuff out, and this stuff out, and this stuff out, and this stuff out, and this one too on that. But you just gotta remember, when you do so, here it is, when I press F7, this can only be activated through the debug menu of whoever is the host of the game. Every time you destroy something, that heat map increases. So it's actually done in a percentage. So the more stuff that you try to destroy, the more you increase the chances of screamers literally coming by and trying to bring their own zombies with her to try to kill you or eat you alive. Or basically try to kill you. But, I mean, since I'm so strong, it really wouldn't matter. So I could just easily take them out, as simple as, like, using a stone axe, for example. So when I go to a lamp like this, I can easily hit the Y button and I can select on certain things in the map that normally when you play the game, you wouldn't be able to do that. But with this mod, I'm able to take this lamp and I can turn it on or off, whichever one. So that's pretty cool. And the same thing with this one. And the same thing with this one. Pretty neat. Alright, so I don't think there's really anything left. Let me go see. Is there anything at the bottom? No. Nothing at the bottom. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy after talking about things earlier today, but I mean, considering I only had maybe like 5 hours of sleep, my resting schedule is just complete mayhem. So, and also considering I took melatonin, like 40 grams of melatonin, that also is what's helping me feel sleepy too. But I mean, by the time that like 2:30 or 3 o'clock comes around, I'll pretty much just hang up the game for the time being and just go to bed. And then, hopefully in the future that I won't have any screw-ups when it comes to OBS, so this way I don't have to worry about, oh my god, I gotta connect this and connect that, and go from there. I absolutely hate these zombies so much. These guys, like, are able to just take enormous amounts of damage in order to kill them, and even with the tier 1, it's like, oh my god, you gotta keep just hitting these poor guys until you pretty much get rid of them. There you go. Oh my gosh. But again, as I mentioned before, when you level up to a certain point that you're able to take them out much faster than when you first started out as almost very weak, you'll be able to breeze through those things in no time. But even then, if you shoot them with bullets, they will still take a couple of bullets or even a ton of bullets, depending on if they're radioactive or not, and just be able to tank those bullets like nothing. That's why you gotta be very careful about crafting ammunition, especially in games like these, because when your crafting materials become very limited, it makes it very difficult for the player like myself to be able to try to collect more, unless if we spend like, I don't know, maybe 6 to 12 hours literally just gunning and finding whatever we could bring back home, even with normally our limited backpacks. But again, if you probably saw before, like here, I had 3 different slots of massive amount of backpack storage. I think I have like 120 slots, so that's like enough room to fit almost like 120 items at the same time. And I mean 120 different items, if I would say so myself. So, alright, so it looks like we found this road. We can go from there. Now, you'll probably notice that there's a bunch of vehicles all over this road. And that's because, I mean, as you know, when the apocalypse occurred, people just abandoned their cars outright, so causing them to kind of leave their vehicles behind when they run out of fuel, or if they got a flat tire, or unable to fix them before the apocalypse occurs. So what will happen is that when we get to a certain point in town, you'll notice that, unlike in the previous version, Alpha 21, there will be checkpoints. Instead of the traders literally being like on the outskirts of town, now they'll be a lot closer or just randomized depending on where you generate the map, for where the trader is going to be stationed at. So each and every town is not going to have the trader in the same exact spot as the other ones. You're just going to have to try to find a trader as much as you can without, even with taking a look at a map, sometimes it may not be able to help you unless you see like you pass, pretty much pass, oh, I don't know, the trader himself. So this is something that I actually did, is that what I would do is that for feral ones to make a difference, is that I would have them literally jog or run. So this way, for those that are pharaohs, they'll be able to run a lot faster than the regular zombies like this one without the yellow eyes on it. So that's also another thing you could tell, is that you could tell that the ones that are feral usually have yellow eyes, compared to zombies that usually just have the regular eyes that they were born with in the first place. So and for those of you that are joining, or those of you that just came in, I'm playing 7 Days to Die, one of the games that my first older brother, not my second older brother, I get those confused. My first older brother introduced me back in December 24th, 2021, and ever since that day, I pretty much have enjoyed this game multitude of times. But before that, I mean, I used to be like an open roller coaster tycoon 2 and 3 type of person, or just open RCT 2 in general, because I just love building roller coasters, and it's much easier to concentrate and think about having to taking a relaxed approach and not having to worry about, oh my god, this is too hard, I gotta complete these missions, and thus it can take a very long time to be able to complete them in a short amount of time before you have to like go to bed or leave for somewhere that may not be able to have internet connection in the first place. But we'll have to see. Alright. Well, one of the things I do want to do is that oh, I just passed a zombie. Where did I just pass a zombie? Oh, I didn't even see you. Oh, I just missed. Oh, and I got hit. Thankfully not as severe. There we go. So you'll notice how whenever you level up, there's always some sort of like certain amount of skill points that you could use for your character. So depending on which one you would absolutely need to try to survive or be like different every single time, there are 5 different tiers that you could insert your points in, and that is attribute, basically sight, strength or muscle or your body, fortitude or your health, agility or basically your athletics situations, and then intellectual or pretty much the ability to be smart enough to actually build and craft a lot of stuff better than those who prefer strength and fortitude and sight. So there's that to it. So for me personally, since I'm running around more often and I need something that could like fill me up, usually fortitude and strength are like the top 2 that I would often go for more often than I would for like intellectual or attribute. Well, intellectual may be pretty good. The thing is though is that it's not really going to be an issue when it comes to later down the road, or especially if the game just takes a little longer to especially when the game is going to be lengthy or like the days and nights are going to be much slower than usual. You can pretty much just have all the time in the world to literally explore at your heart's content, but at some point you still gotta either like make a base for where you could just keep all your items, or if you're a hardcore person, you basically just have to carry with whatever you can carry and just leave other stuff behind. So there's that. There you go. Now usually you would do this with a stone knife, but I just use an axe simply because I could always find better cutting tools and utensils rather than like a bone knife or something like that. So there we go. Ooh, I hear a sink. I cannot believe I missed. Oh, there's a snake. I don't know what type it is. Yeah, it doesn't mention. Now, if you get hit too many times from the zombies, you'll get like concussions, abrasions, bacterial infections, and pretty much broken bones, to name a few. So there's a lot of things that could easily go wrong if you aren't considerate or are careful where you step, where you walk, and where you're going. Because if you take one wrong step from, like, say, a skyscraper, and especially if you don't have fortitude or like parkour high enough to be able to withstand those jumps, you're pretty much screwed. Alright, so we kind of made it, and that building there, I've yet to see what that is. Because believe me, the only one that I've probably seen is maybe like, I don't know, Jenna's base, Jenna's base, Bob's place, and then the other one with the cowboy and the treetop, and that's pretty much it. With Bob, I think he's usually kind of the same thing that he had like the version prior, which is Alpha 21, not version 1.0. So, destroying all the cars, taking their parts. There we go. And there you go, now I got to the trader. Now, one of the missions that he actually gives you is that you're going to have to learn how to do the buried supplies, and then once you get it, you have multiple choices. You could either get training books, or you could get different types of weapons and different types of bullets. So because I have the trader open any day, any time, I could easily just come in here and not have to worry about having to wait until 6 in the morning in order to ask him about the certain type of request. So there's that to consider. So now I'm gonna go inside.
You're welcome here. Congratulations. Here's your reward.
Oh yeah, so the white button is not just used to turn on and off the lights, it's also to interact with things. So, if you press the white button on your controller, which is at the top of the A and B buttons, that pretty much allows you to like activate certain stuff
Well, come
during
to
the
think
game.
of, well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Go do the goddamn job.
Yeah, you'll often hear a lot of cursing, which is why, and I also ran into a freaking barbed wire, but that's fine. Some of the characters in this game do a lot of profanity, so 7 Days to Die actually made a version of the program where you, anytime when they do censorship, you could actually blur, censor, or not have the character literally say anything when that comes to that part, and just go from there. Whoops. There we go. And thankfully I usually don't have to fight off zombies, but a lot of times in buried supplies you are definitely going to have to fight some zombies. And in tier 2, tier 3, and later on, you're going to have to deal with a multitude of amount of zombies that you're going to have to take out. And depending on how much strength, agility, or health you have, will determine the chances of you surviving some of these things, which is not easy. But now, thanks to, oh, yeah, just like what I did there, now I just jumped so far up that I accidentally broke my bone. And in order for it to heal, now I gotta go walk it off. Yeah, not very fun. Not really fun. Yeah. So if I keep bringing this bone, eventually I'm just gonna die, and then I'm gonna be spawned in a random certain place that I don't want to, which is why when I created that crap bed, what that basically does is that it allows me at least some sort of protection from the zombies, so this way I don't have to worry about, oh, when I wake up, at least I don't have to worry about the freaking zombies. So I could easily just place it, let's say over here, and there we go, but you're not able to do it next to the trader because there would just be no way for the trader to ever accept your bedroll and be able to go inside at all costs. So there's that to consider. So as time goes on, your character gets hungry or thirsty, so you also have to consider what kind of food or drink you're going to give the character, because otherwise they could literally starve or dehydrate to death. And when you get to the point where you dehydrate, pretty much you can't move at all. So you basically are just a sitting duck just waiting for your character to literally just die. It is not a fun feeling. I've had that situation happen before. And there was a time point where I couldn't move anymore, and I just died in one place while trying to do like missions with my first older brother. And I'm actually being serious on it. It's happened to me many times, and I just hate it so much. Excuse me. Oh yeah, oh my gosh, I've gone for almost like 4 hours to this point, my god.
What do you want? Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
Yep, so you could choose any of these bundles. So you could have a rifle, you could have a shotgun, a pistol, a baton. I mean, I'm not a big fan of batons. I'm not big a fan of rifles. Shotguns I think are okay, but I would definitely take the machine gun bundle any day of the week. And then you have your tiers, You have
I
his
sell to
inventory.
anyone, even morons like you.
And so you could buy it from this guy if you want to instead of crafting it, although I would prefer you try to craft it as much as you can because you are definitely going to need something that's going to be able to craft no matter what. So there's that to consider.
You gotta be the dumbest son of a bitch I've ever seen. Can't you see we're overstocked on those?
There we go. Now the reason why I'm buying some of these things like the anvils, apparently somehow I got a second one, but okay. But the anvils, what they do is that they allow you, when you put it into the forge, they allow you to refine materials like forged iron and forged steel, to name a few, and thus you're pretty much able to make those bars, metal and iron and silver bars, without any issue. But apparently there's no gold bars, so it's like, well, excuse me, you just gotta go wing it at some point.
That. A sale is a sale, even if it is to a scumbag like you.
I was gonna say, you could shove it up your freaking ass. Is what I was gonna say about it. Alright, well. Yes, and I said a profanity word, but that's why that's why in the description I usually kind of give people a heads up warning about it, but I don't, considering that it's one of my first streams I've ever done, I mean, it just takes time to eventually get to a certain point where it's like, oh, I can't really curse anymore. Now I gotta do it instead of age restricted. Now I gotta do it on platforms that I can only say that the websites wouldn't mind hearing somebody curse every few minutes or so. So there's that. And to be honest, I don't even use profanity very much, except when I'm like outside of YouTube and Discord. So unless if it's like Discord or you're like commenting through YouTube, very little I would comment or say profane things about certain people outside of those platforms and pretty much everywhere else. I don't know. I just don't really care too much about it anymore. So it's where it's like, well, this is what I used to feel about it. Now it's like I don't really care anymore, and they go from there. All right, so I'm actually going to take these building blocks. And then I'm going to create a temporary structure where I could easily get inside and also keep myself comfortable without having to worry about freaking zombies getting taking down my house. Seven. Oh. There we go. Oh, I'm not supposed to jump because my body hurts a lot. Oh, sorry. Alright, pretty much my stream is going to hit the 4-hour mark, and in terms of the recording quality, I've already gone like past 4 hours. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, I've done like maybe like a stream before it, but it just goes to show that it's like, you know... Probably gonna need a lot more, definitely gonna need a lot more building blocks than just the ones I currently have. So, gotta get those building. 2, so this should be hopefully enough at least. I mean, the reason why you're probably noticing is like, why didn't I bother building the blocks to complete this whole thing? Well, you need some place to be able to get inside of here, but you also need some sort of way for the zombies to like not be able to take down your whole building and literally have it collapse, or cause it to fall, and then you gotta rebuild part of this all over again. So it can get kind of annoying after a while, but as you play this more and more often, you'll understand how the controls work. Sometimes you could even go to channels like Guns, Nerds, and Steel for pretty much tips and tricks of how to play some of these games. And if you ever look at the Alpha 20, Alpha 21 videos, you'll pretty much get a good idea exactly how this game works. And pretty much the same logic applied to Alpha 20 and 21 will be applied to version 1.1. So it just depends. Oh, I'm almost about to die. Alright, so now I'm going to do a wooden double door. And just wait for it to separate that. And now I created a double door. There you go. And then I could start upgrading this wood. Alright, so we go to here. There we go. And now I would set up everything in here. I can't really set up a lane claim pod because I'm too close to the the trader. But I will put the fire one here. Then I will put a cooking pot in the grill. I just yet to find a beaker. But that's pretty much it. Now I just save world. And then I can hit the Q key. And pretty much all those things just disappear. And now I will save the world again, just so that when I come back, I don't have to worry about that pain and suffering of those legs. And just go from there. And pause. And then exit. And then quit. And then I will cut to the next part. And there you go. So, I'm just going to say this now. I know that I might have cut it short. I know that I didn't want to play any further than necessary, but it's just that once I took my melatonin, I started to feel tired. I didn't really get a lot of sleep, so it's best for me to get some shut-eye, be able to sleep a little better, and thus I just need to get some rest, because not only I'm losing my voice, not only that I'm tired, but it's just that as I was playing the game, I started to realize, I'm going to need some sort of way for me to feel better, as well as, try to get some rest. So, this was fun. I wish I don't have to do this again, but I'm going to have to change it for when I do my Twitch on Saturdays. I hope everyone enjoyed this first stream that I made. I mean, I'll probably do a Q&A of SuperFlashDriver's at some point for this year, so excuse me, I'll try to do it maybe once in a while on Sundays, but I'll have to see how it goes. I'll have to see how it plays out, and then at the same time, I'll just have to see pretty much really how it just, I don't know. For me personally, just, it's just a lot, it's just fun. It's something that I enjoy, but it's not something that I'm going to be doing as like a career or a job that I have to do online. And as I mentioned before, I think one of the kids or children that I interacted with on Game U movie night, he asked, a person named Cheetah literally asked me and said, "Hey, are you..." Oh, sorry. Literally, a person named Cheetah. Sorry. So as I was saying, as I mentioned before, when I was at the Game U movie night, there was a young 12, 13-year-old child that named Cheetah that asked me, "Hey, are you a YouTuber? Do you play Roblox? Do you play Minecraft?" And I told him, no, not really, because I don't think the child understands that when you have to do YouTubing, you have to do a bunch, and I mean a bunch of work. And I think probably because he saw me as how I'm older than him, he thought that I would make like tons of content related to video games that I have no interest in playing. So, if any of you ever ask me to like play Minecraft or Roblox, this is the wrong channel for you. I'm very sorry. A lot of the games that I often play are usually ones that I personally don't mind playing, but at the same time, I don't really play them very often because, I don't know, I just don't see myself as a video game player. I just see myself as doing these streams just for the heck of it. So, that's why for me, at the end of the day, I just do these streams not to make money, not to, not to compete with other people on YouTube, but rather just to have fun, just to make it a relaxing stream. But at the same time, I do wish to kind of do it in a way that I could still be awake, because at this point I'm starting to like feel completely tired, and so I would need to like start to go back into bed and just I'm just gonna have to go back to bed, and hopefully when I do these streams another time that I'll be awake. And also yesterday on Sunday I emailed the DJs the microphone parts, so that's why I probably ended up staying up until like 12 p.m. in the afternoon, and then I didn't wake up until like 5 o'clock in the evening. So I do have to like kind of go and get some shut-eye, get some sleep. But before I go, I do want to play. Let's see, introduction, I think it was called. Here it is. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna pretty much what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna play out one of the songs that I've loved ever since I was a kid, and it's basically a song that kind of loops over and over again, and you would kind of hear when you're like on the main menu for like classic games for television. And don't worry, I'll eventually play that one at some point on like either a Zebra or Duck Station, and you'll kind of understand where I'm going with. But it's just that at this point, I'm just very tired. I'm just very tired, and I just don't know if I feel like I'm going to be able to keep going with this. So I just wanted to be able to play one of these songs that I think you'll kind of like, and go from there. But I think at this point it's just that I'm just very, very tired. I need some sleep. Definitely, Elos, I need some sleep, of course. And most importantly, I do hope you enjoyed these past two streams that I made. One for the Twitch DJ MGM 1080 live stream, and this one that's tonight. Just remember that my DJ MGM 1080 will always be linked down below the stream, so if you ever want to follow me there, which is basically Roller Coaster Dragon Maker, but it's also DJ MGM 1080. I just never bothered to really change the name because, again, that Twitch DJ thing was just me just kind of having fun. But since I don't really have a VOD for the one that I had on January 25th, if anyone is interested in seeing how it goes, I could easily give you the VOD recording, like maybe a snippet VOD recording for those that like to maybe see, like, I don't know, the first 20 minutes of how it went. But either way, I'm just gonna say, that it's been one heck of a 15 years, and the celebration is still going to be going strong. So there will be more streams down the road, but at this point I just wish that I could do it at a time that people are awake, that I could easily do it. But the sad part is that, considering how busy I am between the mornings and afternoons, and even towards the evenings, so it's like 7 p.m. at night, the problem is that I just don't have time to like set up the stream around those time points or times of the day. And yes, I keep saying time points because of time traveling. I will pretty much explain in another live stream how that goes, and I will have another chat one just in case. But the idea is that it allows me to pretty much stream usually very late at night, when I usually don't want to, but this is something that I had to deal with, and this is something that I had to, I could only do this for the time being, and hopefully I could do it instead of very late at night, that I could hopefully do it during the day rather than at night. So, as you can hear, my voice is just loosening at this point, so I do thank you all for those that came. I do thank you for, I would just say the 5 views. I mean, it's not impressive, but at the same time, I mean, considering this is the first start, I mean, I don't really care too much about the views or the chat stats or all that stuff, because at the end of the day, it's more about just me just enjoying the fun and being able to provide a stream that people could easily just come down, put in the background, and just listen to it. That's really all it is. But I think I might have to like give a heads up to people saying like, yeah, this may have some profanity in it, but not all of it, so I will give people a heads up if that is ever the case. So, thank you guys for watching, and gals. I hope to see you in another stream on YouTube at some point, but you'll just have to wait until I make an announcement for it, so you will see it through the community post when I do so, and thus you'll be able to understand where I do these streams. A lot of times when it comes to these YouTube streams, I try to avoid copyright as much as I can, but on Twitch, which is DJ MGM1080, I do not mind if they have to mute like certain songs in order for the video to just kind of stay up. So we'll just have to see. Until then, guys, I'm SuperFlashDriver, also known as Extreme Reviewer 101, ER101 for short, Classic Cartridge Poster 1080, or CCP 1080 for short, DJ MGM 1080, Roller Coaster Dragon Maker, or RCDM for short, Coaster Dragon Maker, CDM, Coaster Maker, CM, Inflation Fan 64, IF 64, Inflation Fan 1080, IF 1080, MGM Studios 2020 and 2050, also known by yours truly, Matthew John, and multitude of other nicknames on other social media platforms that I cannot think of off the top of my head. And I'll see you all, hopefully at the next Twitch stream, this coming February 1st, 2025, but I'll have to see because there's a party on that day that I'm celebrating my mom's 60th birthday, so that is very exciting for those that get to their 60s, because my parents are pretty close to getting the senior discount and senior age, so we'll have to wait how this goes. But until then, I'm Matthew John, also known as SuperFlashDriver, and I'll see you all in the next stream, and next time on YouTube, and as always, I will make sure to give an announcement, and I will try to get the New Year's video posted as soon as possible, but again, it's just going to be very much of a mess, and there's going to be so many slurs, so many things that I'm going to say that's going to be hard to listen to, so I will have to make sure that I make some captions, so this way that people could just read the captions of what I'm saying and go from there. So until then, everyone, I'm Matthew John, also known as SuperFlashDriver. I will keep you guys posted for when the next stream is going to come, but it's not going to be next Sunday, it will just be whenever I can do it. And I'll see you all in the next video. Take care, have a good day out there, have a great morning out there for Monday through Friday, and I'll see you next time. Take care, everyone.